Hello. Right. Fighting with the echo again. Okay. Um. Hey, Mary. How are you? Hey, Chris. I'm here. I had another camera in, and I had to go ahead and take it out because I don't have my earphones close by to completely silence it. But I'll get it back on possibly in a little while if I need it. Welcome, ladies. Okay. I have a few things that I do need to still clean up. I'm gonna go ahead and do those, and and then I'm gonna go ahead and get started working on some. But I still need to clean. So thank you, ladies, for coming along and watching me clean a little. Um, Putting stuff away and trying to find a place for some things. What are y'all up to? Yeah, Chris. Yeah, I do. Like my shirt too. It's Patrice's pattern, her template. Okay, end up needing this in just a few minutes. Hey, unbiased. Welcome in. sorry. I have one of the tables with the ledges that lift out and everything that's on the wheels. However, my wheels decided to do whatever they wanted to do. So now I have it so I can still move it around. I have it on those little round sliders that you use under furniture. So I still use it. It's a pain having short arms. Where's my now, you know, I've only used that machine once. And I think I'm going to end up videoing me using it again because I've got a craft fair coming up in December. And I think I'm going to end up doing beanies for it because I have that. And also, like, I found this on a remnant rack. And I think I want to do some Grinch. I'm going to take it and make the pom-poms to go on some Grinch beanies. My daughter used it a little bit more than I did. She was working on doing her a skirt, and so she needed to do actually go back and forth and do it straight rather than round. So I ended up having to pull out the straight knitting machine that I have for her to use to do what she was working on. One of the things I'm doing now is something I've needed to do for a while. I'm going to do a drunkard's path quilt, and I just have been putting it off, and I need to go ahead and cut my parts for it because I'm borrowing somebody's AccuQuilt. It's actually the lady that gave me the quilting machine. She's I need to go ahead and do it so I can get it back to her before she needs it. And what I'm going to use is this fabric with the gold paisley in it, and this one, and you can't see it as well, but it has gold dots in it. So it's kind of going to be like the purple and gold mix. But what I got to do is I got to go ahead and cut it into a few sections first because you can lay 6 layers at a time on the cutter. Let me bring this down just a little bit. To see if you can see the table a little bit better. Well, the quilt pattern is a drunkard's path. Now watch. Let me find out this is dough. No, it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. We'll see if it'll do all of this. It might or it might not. Then I'll know how to cut the rest of it. Might have it too many layers on it. Yeah. It's basically like using the cutters for scrapbooking. It's just a fabric version of it. Yeah, it stays on it. Um, my handle does. And that's the one that I ordered that one after Eve had her incident, but they also have that one at Harbor Freight. And I was considering getting another one. And then I went to my quilt guild meeting, and there was a lady there who um, just gave me this one. She just gave me this one, and it's by the what is it? The quilters, the Gypsy Gripper. Is by the company that does a lot of quilting supplies. But honestly, that one works better than this one. It doesn't grip. It's like it feels a little greasy. So I said that I may clean it with alcohol and see if that helps. But the whole rubber part feels greasy. It's greasy and sticky back here too. And I don't use it. But it was given to me, so I didn't fuss. But I didn't realize that until after I got home with it. So it just sits there and looks pretty. But this is what these look like. You get so many with this shape. They call that the pie, and they call this the L. And then you get the other part of it is this shape. And so I'll cut the same designs out of the other fabric. I'm going to put this aside, but chances are I will end up throwing it away. I don't do scrap quilting, but some of these are big enough to do a little bit more with. So I might keep them, and then again, I might not. Put it there. And I'll cut some more out of that one a little bit. But now I need to I wish I had gone around and just got my big purple mat and put it over the whole thing. I love this fabric. I actually thought about making me a shirt or something out of it. I still could because I have enough. I'm pretty sure I need to replace the blade in this because I cut I don't know how many bowl cozies out of with it, and I haven't changed the blade yet. They do make an quilt that's electric, but I can't even afford the one that's not electric, so I'll use whatever I can borrow. I should have cut all my fabric first, and then I could have used it with the wedge down, and it would have been easier for me to use it on the solid surface. Because I'm making this look like it's hard, but it's not. It's just that my arms are short. Yeah, I need to put a new blade in. When it says 6, it means 6 layers, not 8 layers. I thought I could sneak those other 2 layers in there. But cutting this little bit is still better than cutting all of it out by hand. Hey, Bree. And I do know that this is my child this time. Chris, I did 8 layers, and it's only supposed to do 6. So that's why I've got so many pieces that I'm having to try to get out, because it acted funny on those last 2. It's called follow directions. And then the person that I'm borrowing this one from, she's had it for quite a while. So I can just imagine how much it's done, how much work it's done. I may not have had this one on it right, that bottom layer. I'm going to put it aside and work on it by hand later. I think it's time. Hey Naomi, how are you? Okay, so now the way this is supposed to go is the way the blocks go together. Is you're going to have one block that's going to be like this. And then you're going to have the other block it's going to be like this. And then there are a bunch of ways that you can turn it. One of the ways that you can turn it is like this. This is the way you can arrange it, because see, this is like that, like that. You've got the zebra print here and the blue curve. And then this one, you got the larger part, that's the blue, and then the zebra curve. One of the other ways that they show you doing it ends up one of the ways that people put it together ends up kind of like this, where you end up with all the circles going in and meeting, and they call that one like circle in the middle or something like that. But I'm not sure which way I'm going to do it yet. And then they have it where they turn it so that the square it ends up more of the squares in the middle. And you end up with kind of like almost kind of like a cross in the middle. It's one of the other ways. But if you would look up Drunkard's Path, quilt block, they'll show a bunch of different ways of putting it together. I'm just getting mine cut, and then I'll decide which way I'm going to put it together. And I think I'm going to cut maybe one more set of each color, because I'm not going to do a big quilt. If it only ends up being enough for a tiny quilt, so be it. That's the size the quilt is going to be. So I'm going to do one more set. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was thinking about using this width in it, but it's not a quilting fabric. So I don't know if I'm going to try to work this into it or not, or see if I could find a cotton that's similar to it. But I think that would be real cute, ain't it? It would. I might end up maybe working it into a little border around the edge, especially if it ends up being a really small quilt, to where it's going to end up being like maybe a wall hanging or something. Then I may work it in and use it around the edge as the border. And I got complete shopping. I feel like the blades in the cutter is getting kind of dull too. I don't know if it works, but it makes me think maybe I should cut a few layers of aluminum foil or something. Because I didn't cut extra layers that time. Okay. And I may end up doing a live or video. If I don't do it on the live, I may do it on the video of me putting these together. But that's it. Just one project waiting to get done. I've done the first part of it. The other one, I may not do it tonight because I want to go ahead and start trying to do my rug. So y'all can laugh at me. That's what I have to get in the habit of doing, is putting things back when I finish using them, and I won't have to do as much cleaning. Okay. That's it. Chris, I don't know if aluminum foil is how to sharpen it or not, but I know that like some of the other like Cutterbugs and the other little bitty die cut machines, you can roll a few sheets of aluminum foil through and it'll kind of sharpen them a little bit, or at least it has for me in the past. Okay. Now I might have to. Let me see if it'll clip like this. I need to do this first. Okay, I'm moving on to another project. I don't know who all saw it, but I did a live where I did an unboxing of my rug tufting gun, which is this. And I still haven't used it yet. And this is going to be my first time trying to use it. So we're going to see how it goes. I've got to roll me some yarn first because all I'm going to do is the rug's just going to be like a little purple and beige swirl type of rug. But I've got to roll 2 balls of this first. Try not to make a lot of extra noise. You know, a lot of this comes from, and you know it yourself because you've been a long time crafter. It's from years of adding to your craft. Somebody mentioned my yarn. This is nothing. I've got about that much, possibly up in the attic. That I've got to get somebody to go and bring down for me. After I get good enough at this, I might do something that I saw one other rug tufter do. Because we're going to use 2 threads in the gun, I saw her she wound when she did her balls. She got one of the really large ball winders, and she wound it 2 strands at a time. And I'm like, that might be a good idea. So I'm gonna put these 2 right here, and I'm gonna do 2 of the white ones, of the beige ones. And I have not done this before. All I've done with this is I have turned the machine on to be sure that it does come on, because I've got it on a clearance thing at Michael's. So all I've done is turn it on to be sure that it comes on. Just want to have an attitude. Chris, for the craft fair in December, I've got some bowl cozies that I was working on for another one, and I started some more, so I've got some bowl cozies that I need to finish. I have some rhinestone t-shirts that I did, some bling shirts that I did, and I have a few vinyl shirts that I did that's still in the container. I want to do some winter stuff. I want to do some beanies and some scarves. Some that I do by hand and some that I do by machine. And I used to do jewelry a lot. And that's what I used to do most of the time for craft fairs. And if I could squeeze some time in, I may try to do some jewelry, because it always sold quickly for me. It does, Chris, with using it from the machine, because you can pull it from the top, out of the center on the skein, but some skeins you can't pull from the top all of that easy. So it's better to have it where it pulls from the center, because then it feeds easier into the gun. I have a few brands that I definitely wouldn't try using without winding them. And if you don't do it like this, you end up having to buy two skeins of each yarn so that you can have it pulling one from each. I have this much yet. That, to be really honest, I should possibly go ahead and wind, but I'll save that for another day. I'll wind those another day. Okay. Now, there it went. This is the tufting cloth right here, the primary cloth that goes over the frame. The videos that I've watched, everybody, they make the wooden frames. But see, this one came, it matches the gun. It comes from Michael's too, and it's the same brand as the gun. So I just went ahead and got it. Clip it down to the table. It's basically like a big cross stitch frame. some little clips here for me to lose. Supposed to get it a little tight. We're gonna see how this goes. Now I've got to draw a design on it. Be right back. I need to get a Sharpie, and all of my drawing stuff is on this side of the room. back. Okay. I'm just going to do just basically a little. Okay. I'm drawing on this side. This is going to be the back of the rug. And then it's going to go through to this side. Hey, T. It's going to go through this side, through to this side. And I'll turn it around periodically to let you see it. But that's where it's going to be fluffier. So let's go ahead and try this now. Remember, I've never done this. I've only watched videos where other people have done it. Okay, I'm making some liquid courage. Hey, Patrice. How's it going? Um, I saw where you were putting the trim on those leotards and stuff. Those girls are gonna look so good. I've had to do stuff like that years ago. Um, my oldest daughter was on a competition dance team, so I can remember having to do that kind of stuff. And then so she was in the band at the high school where I taught years ago, and they would come to me with stuff. Okay, here we go. I have to thread this, and this is what I was telling everybody in the live that I did, the opening. All that was missing out of the box was one of these, and I got this pack of 10 for $6, and a little Allen wrench, just one silver little Allen wrench that you can get a whole pack of those at like Lowe's and Walmart in place, and they knocked $150 off the price. So I have it turned on, plugged up, but the way it works is there is like a needle here and a set of scissors that comes out. So this is set for cut pile, which means that when it goes through, it's going to shoot yarn through it, and the scissors going to come out and cut it on the backside. And then it'll shoot the next one through and cut it on the backside. So then on the backside, you end up with the fluffy part of the rug that you usually walk on or whatever. So, but we're going to see how this goes, though. So, let's, which way I thread it. This way. Let me turn it back off before I injure myself. You go through this little hole and then through here. And then you put, I'm going to do the purple first. You put both of the strands of yarn, if you don't knock one in the floor. Both strands of yarn go through here. And then you pull it through here. Okay. So far, so good. And I'm going to drop these down here. Okay. Here we go. Well, we know it cuts. So I'm supposed to push it in firmly. Ooh, okay. I'm doing it outside my design first. Oh. I'm thinking my frame might not be tight enough. Pushing. Yeah. It's not cutting. turn this around and look and see if because it started out good. Okay. That's looking the way it's supposed to look. But like I said, it's stop cutting. Am I going too fast? That was smart. I can tell this is going to be a messy craft. Okay, maybe it's cutting again. I mean, look at you. Let me take a minute and just read the chat for a couple seconds. Yeah, it's poking the holes in. Um, what it's supposed to be doing is I need to look in. I guess I may have to open it, but right now it's supposed to be set to cut on the back side. So it's poking the fabric through, and it's supposed to cut it, and then like poke the next piece through and cut it. But what it's doing is it's going so far, and then it's starting to come back out like it's set for pile for um loop pile, because you can also do it where what it does is it loops on the other side, and then when you get it back you have to cut it yourself on this side, and that's what it's starting to look like. But see, it was cutting at first, so I don't know if I've done something to it and got it to where it's not cutting anymore. But even loop is not bad. It's just that um, you're gonna shave it either way, even if it's loop, to make it smoother. But if it's set for loop, I need to find out how all of a sudden it's set for loop rather than for cut when it was cutting just a few minutes ago. I can see if I'm going to end up doing this, that I am going to end up having to do me the wooden frames the way the most of the people who do this, because one, the wooden frames are larger, but two, it's easier to see the other side. All you got to do is walk around to it, which I could do if I had the table turned a little bit differently. See, yeah, it's looping. It's not cutting on this back side, but at first it was cutting. So let me see if I've done something to the scissors. And the loop wouldn't be bad. It's just it means that I can't pull on it certain ways, because if I pull it, it's going to come back out. Have I broken the scissors? Hey. small screwdriver. Well, give me a minute. I'm getting my small screwdriver so I can take the cover off. I'll be back. What in the world did I? As many small screwdrivers as I have in this room. Now that I need one, I can't find the one I need. Okay, there it is. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. Hey, Marilyn. Chris, I did unplug it. This is the part that stays on it. It unplugs right here. So it's not plugged up. It figures I'm having to work on something just to use it. um, I was looking to see what's going on with the scissors, why the scissors aren't cutting. Because for a second I was thinking I had broken the scissors, but they don't look like they're broken. But I think I watched somebody's video, and hers, I think, was doing the not cutting anymore thing. And there was a screw. And I see the screw. She, I think, loosened the screw or something. And it made hers go, because what it is apparently the scissors, I think, are not opening the right way. And when she turned the screw just a little bit, it fixed the scissors and it went back to cutting. Because, like I said, it started out cutting. But now all it's doing is loop, which means the scissors aren't working right. And the cover being off is no big deal, because most of them that you find they look like this. They just pretty theirs up and put a cover on it. But the cover is not absolutely necessary. If you look them up on Amazon or even on any of the rug videos, theirs look like this without the cover. I just wanted the cover because it was pretty. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to have to loosen that screw. Or tighten it, or whatever the case may be. It's not. It did a little snip on that one. Let me see if maybe it's going too slow. Nope. See, it should cut each time it stops. It should cut the thread like this. It's starting to do it because you see the little nips in it. Yeah, it should be cutting. I may have to find the video again. But I think she loosened this screw right here. What is the other screwdriver that I had? Be right back. I need to go get another set of screwdrivers. Ugh. And they're not in here. I'm back. Ready to operate. I'm back. Oh. You're right. I'm biased. They do. Yeah. It was pretty till I took it apart. But no, that's one of the reasons that we roll the yarn loosely like that is because they don't want tension on it. Because I tried holding it a little bit tighter to see if it would make it cut better. It didn't. The scissors aren't, it's closing. I don't know if maybe it's not closing enough. try it again. I don't tear up the table first. Oh, excuse me. This is making me need something harder than this. See, that's why I was wondering if it wasn't, because it didn't look like it might be closing all the way. Screw it. I have to use. Okay, give me a minute. I'll be right back. didn't bring that one back in here. I mean, fools are like that. And then it's like, this is one of those that's be really honest. As I use it, I'll have to take the time to grease, to oil the parts and everything too. So I might as well get ready to learn how to do maintenance. I'm about ready to look the video back up though, so I can be sure I'm loosening the right thing in the right place. Chris, did you look at the video by the artsy mad woman? Is that the one you're looking for? Naomi, it's I I can't take it back because I got it off the clearance thing at Michael's. Do you remember who it was? Was it the artsy mad woman? Can't remember in the video if her hair is black and purple or if it's just black. She wears a lot of makeup. Where's my phone? Because I watched, I think it was her do it.
Hello everyone, this is Jenny from tuftinglove.com, and today I'm going to show you how to adjust the scissors on our NK01 tufting gun. So we got some questions from people asking why their scissors are not closing. Most probably you decreased your pile height and forgot to adjust the scissors. Before you start working on machine, as always, we unplug our tufting gun to be safe.
I'll be back, guys.
So how to fix this problem? You forgot to adjust this screw basically. This part is and here you can barely see it, but here you have this tiny where this part will slide on and close the scissors. So what happens if you set your tufting to a lower pile height is that you will not reach that point anymore. And that's why it's not closing. So what we need to do is loosen that screw and find the right position for it. So again. This is some try and error, really. As you can see now, I think we're almost there. It's not closing entirely yet. So I would go back a tiny bit more. And now it closes very nicely, as you can see. So this usually happens when you go from a higher pile height to a lower. What can happen when you go from the lowest to the highest is that you're not able to turn the gear because you have this part at the very back and the scissor is not able to move to the front. But that's a problem we have another tutorial for that you can find in the description box. Thanks for watching. I hope we solved your problems. If not, leave a comment and try our best.
Guess what?
Yeah, that's the skirt I was working with all along. Because I was starting to think I was doing the wrong screw. And I'm using this one because I'd be too weak most of the time for regular screwdrivers. Okay. This is like my sewing machine, my long arm quilting machine was. And then with that one, as soon as I got off the live, I figured out what was wrong. I gotta go get my pack of Allen wrenches. Okay. I can. Well, I guess since I've been on for 2 hours, I've held you captive for that. Hey, Viola, how are you? I can hold you captive a little while longer and move on to another task, or I can let you go and go ahead and finish working on stuff on my own. What you guys want? Because I've got more quilt blocks I can cut for a different quilt. Now I have to move too much stuff to load a quilt on a long arm. It's good to be actually doing something on a live, Viola. My daughter's been pushing me to get out and do more. Okay, let me go in here and find my other set of Allen wrenches, and then I'll be back. The one I've been using, I think it's either too small or too big. I can't tell which way it is. So I'm going to go ahead and get the other set that I have that's got the different sizes in it. L-shaped ones because I've just been using the tips that I have to the other tool set. I shall return. Found another set. They all still too large. I know I've got some more. Where did I put them? I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and make it work because it's working as a loop pile. I just have to make sure I um, stop and cut it. Be sure that one is back in there. I think I'm going to go ahead and see how far I can get if I try using it as a loop pile where it doesn't cut. I just have to remember to stop and cut before I start pulling the yarn out. I don't like letting stuff defeat me. Okay. I'm going to leave the cover off. I'll go ahead and leave the cover off. And then I'm going to do it this way. I'll end up running out to the store tomorrow and getting another set of Allen wrenches, the ones that's got the smaller sizes in it. And I'll store it in my container that's got the gun and stuff in it. So then I won't have to worry about trying to find it. That means I might have to go slower and stuff so I can make sure I pay attention to what I'm doing. I don't know if this is going to work because this is going to make my hands cramp more. Let me see if I can turn it on. See, now it's, I don't know if I don't have it sturdy enough. I don't like those scissors. I've let my yarn get tangled on the cord. I'm going to be truly pissed if that's been my problem all along. Chris, I did have I don't have a full set that came with my multi-needle. I don't have the Racoma and the Melco that comes with a full size toolbox. I just have the brother that has the little small toolbox with the little clear box, and then I bought it used. I bought it from somebody else who lives near here. Mary, if you have to leave, that's fine. I'm just glad you stopped by. You know, we have to listen to our bodies. I had to stop for a few minutes and check out the comments, and they gave me every so often I started getting cramps in my hand, and so um, they gave me a chance for the cramps to ease to and go away. Hey, Dimps, you missed all the shenanigans, but you may get to see some craziness now. My machine not wanting to do what it's supposed to do. Okay, here we go. We're gonna thread this again, and we're gonna try it again. Okay. I'm going too fast. Ooh, I'm glad y'all can't see that material to see what that looked like. That was an absolute mess. I'm thinking I must not have my fabric tight enough now. This ain't it now, it's me. I was doing better on the sides with my learning stitches. Patrice, it's gonna be nice once I learn how to use it. I said that about my long arm. And I've got another quilt I need to load onto it. And I've got 2 tops that I'm wanting to get done so I can load them on it. Because once I got it going, I was thrilled with it. But y'all know it did me like this that first time I tried to use it. Guess I'm going to have to watch my videos some more. Although I watch them constantly. Look now. I can't even thread it now. But see, I have got to learn to do this because I have some patterns set out that I'm wanting to do. I took a picture of, we have 3 major high schools here. And one of them is the one I work at. And their logo, their mascots and stuff, I got a cute little picture that would make the perfect rug. So I've got to learn how to do this so that I can go ahead and do some rugs. And then, like, the principal of our school is an Omega. So I would definitely love to do an Omega one for him. Even though this is supposed to be for beige, I'm going to see if... Let me try over here. And then I think I left it in there too long. Because it was doing good at first. Hey. I'm not moving the right way. I think that's what it is now. I'm not moving the right way. Now I'm moving too fast. Yeah, I'm not fixing to try to do this pattern. I've just got to get it to where it's going to actually make stitches that stay. So that's what I'll be doing instead of trying to do a pattern. My goodness. Yeah, you waste a lot of yarn learning. Even if it was cutting right. It's not the gun now, it's me. I'm not holding it. I'm not holding it right or something. Because I held it slightly different and got that one nice line done. But I can't remember how I was holding it. Nah, Naomi, I won't run out of yarn. I might run out of this one, but I got plenty more. I just changed the color. Let me see what y'all are doing 3 months at a time. I tell you what, y'all want to help me learn how to use this one? I know I do want to do. I wanted to do the cut pile, so I'm definitely going to Lowe's or somewhere tomorrow to get another set to get a set of Allen wrenches. And I remember in somebody else's video I watched, he was talking about how, you know, you have to hold it just right. It can't be tilted too far and everything. But see, they were all using, their frames are straight up. This one is tilted, so I kind of have to go tilt down. And maybe I'm not tilting at the right angle. I see it goes so far doing right, and then it's like I'm not at the right angle again. Okay. Yeah, when it starts bouncing, I know I'm definitely going wrong. That's what it's looking like on the other side. It's looping. And what will happen is um after I were to finish it, then I would put the glue on this back side to keep everything in place and let it dry. And then I go in with a shaver that's just like a hair, um, like the barbers use for cutting hair, and it like smooths it out and makes it lower as you want it. But now, since I'm doing it as loop rather than cut, I could have adjusted the loops to where the loops were long, and it would have been like the loopy shag carpet from like the 70s. And you know, that's a string that needs to be cut, and then that'll be cut. So you go in with the shaver, it shaves it down to where it's kind of real fuzzy and feels like a rug. Hmm. Yeah, Chris, I could have. I actually like, once I can learn it and learn exactly how to hold it and everything, I can see good things coming, because that's not bad. Because it'll, you know, once it's cut, it'll look kind of like this. It'll be all even and everything. Okay. I guess this is 11 though. I will go ahead and let everybody go. But I'm a night owl, so I'll still be up. Even if I'm not doing this, I'll be up working on something else. I'm so glad y'all stopped by. Um, Hopefully the next time I see you, as far as the rug goes, I'll have part of a rug at least to show you, and it won't be just the hits and misses. But I mean, I feel a little accomplished because I got some quilt blocks cut. For people who weren't in here earlier, I use a Acu quilt, which is a cutter similar to the cutters that you use for scrapbooking and stuff, but it's for fabric. And I cut these. I'll hold them up in just a minute. I cut these pieces like this out of these two fabrics. This is purple with gold polka dots and gold dots. And then this is a purple paisley. And I'll be using it to do a quilt called the Drunkard's Path. Drunkard's Path. I've got to look at the different designs though, because you can put them together and turn them all kinds of ways and end up with really nice design. So I may do another live, or I may just video it and show me putting them together. But now, I don't like editing, so it's probably going to be a live. And then with lives, I'm not good at watching the comments because I get sidetracked in what I'm doing and I just go to work. I've got that one that I need to do. And then I want to use those zebra print strips that I have, that I said I got at Dollar Tree. I want to use them to do what's called the keyhole quilt. So I'll end up showing that too. Um, when I come on another day. I might go ahead and cut the strips and do a couple of blocks, but that'll probably be my next one. Yeah, I might. Well, yeah, I could. If people are gonna still, I mean, you want to still watch, I just need to clear the area to my sewing machine, which is right behind me. Me put all the pieces to my gun over here in the box. I'm gonna leave the frame set up because I'm probably gonna end up working on this some more after I go to the store tomorrow. Hey, Jess. Okay, this is the gun put away. Yeah, this is my robe I got from Eve. I enjoy it. Y'all know what? I've been thinking all this time that this is plugged up. I pulled a Maryland and I just noticed it was almost down at the bottom of that battery. Oh, let me get myself out of the background. Oops. Oof. I was trying to get it out of the way, but I need that to see. I might have to do this one and turn off this one. Nah, that's not good. It's a yellow. Do it like this so it's not up so high. I wasn't driving the bus over Maryland. But I hate that we can't really have music playing in the background. Okay. Let me get my thread. have some of the worst lighting in my craft room, and that's because it was originally the master bedroom. So it's got like mood lighting, and I just have light bulbs in it that's larger than it's supposed to be. It's still got rhinestone sitting here. But Marilyn, you know we love you. You get a copyright strike, but to be really honest, I'm not monetized or anything anyway. I don't have enough subscribers yet, but they're coming. I had my daughter, we were um, strategizing earlier today, and it was like the different videos and lives and stuff that I could do to really get me out there, you know. And I've got to get out of my own way and just really start doing it. Chris, I didn't pull it through. It was already unthreaded. Okay. Get some bobbins. Okay. It's just that, yeah, as long as I've sewn, I've always just cut it here, just pulled it there on my regular sewing machine. Now on my um embroidery machine and all, and on my sergers, I've always um tied it off and pulled it through. It's just that I've never done anything different on here. I'm going to go ahead and wind 2 bobbins. I don't always match my thread when I'm piecing. A lot of the times what I'll do is I'll do black, off-white, and gray is what I usually use for piecing. I use this, which is an off-white. I use this, and then I have a black like it. I don't know what I did with it, but I've been using this one lately. Every so often, I'll go ahead and just use the matching thread. And I'm using for this because of the fact that it's the dark purple and all. But if I didn't have any purple, I'd use one of those. The needle threader was wanting to act crazy for a second there. Okay. The good thing about this block is you don't have to remember what goes to what, because one of these go to one of these and vice versa. Well, Chris, don't feel bad. My kids say I learned to read and write with Jesus. He said I was in kindergarten with him. Okay. The good thing about this is it's supposed to be really easy to do, and is that because it's got the little notches, you're not supposed to have to it's got the little notches. You're not supposed to have to pin it, because all you do is, and we're going to see how this goes, because see, the one I did up there, I think I may, if I, no, I didn't hand do that one, but I pinned it and everything, but you're supposed to be able to do the corner, match up the notches, and do the corner. So it's supposed to be a no pin. So we're going to see. Ah. I had to set it so it would stop needle down. And it moved. One of these days I'll get me a proper sewing machine table. It's 1/4 inch seam allowance. I may not backstitch the whole time I do these because it's not absolutely necessary. I don't know, these are too tiny. It's my intention to chain piece, but I want to see how this is going first. I have to do the seam again. I messed it up at the beginning, trying to do it based on what somebody else said, instead of just going ahead and doing it the way I knew how to do it. This light is killing me. Okay. Okay. I'm having to pull out the seam rip on the first one. Yay, Dimps. wonder if it would go better if I did it this way. Yeah. Um, I got this. This is a generic Janome one for my Janome machine, and it doesn't really match my machine. There's a gap right here, but I put like a couple of pieces of white duct tape across it so that it doesn't go, stuff doesn't go down in the hole. So that brought me a level, a larger level bed for me to sew on. But because of my height, to be really honest, I need to be holding my material and stuff down at this level, not at this level. But for me to do that, my machine would need to be down in the table. But I've been doing it like this forever. So one of these days I'll do something about it, because I also want a machine that cuts the thread and that I can use either the foot pedal or a knee lift to pick up my presser foot. Kind of wish she had the 7-inch finished block cutter, because then my pieces would be larger. Yeah, it does raise and lower. Um, but let me see about raising this one. The chair I used to sit in is my purple chair that's over there, and I would raise it, raise it up. Uh, but it kind of like it kind of like said, "Nah, lady, I ain't holding all of you." So it would go back down after a while. Hmm, like it. I had to press those before I could use them. They've got a little fold in them. Okay. I for my dining room table, I made the mistake of getting one of the pub style. So knowing that I cannot sit on bar stools and I can't get in on the stools that have the back and stuff when you go to restaurants and stuff, my crazy self decided that that's what I wanted. So whenever I sit in my chair, I have to have a footstool in there that I have to step up on the footstool to get in my chair. And then I also have a stool on the other side of my quilting frame because I like to do my rhinestoning and stuff in that corner. But um I I I have to have something to step on to get onto it. And at the moment, the way it's set up, my knees don't go under the table. So I'm doing this, it's like, and I have to lean forward. And because of the way it dips in, so I can't really do my blinging over there. So a lot of times I'll end up bringing it over here, and I'll clear this little space over here. But that's really not enough space. I'm working on it. I'm going to eventually get it to where everything's going to be where I want it. It might mean branching out into other rooms or something, but I'm going to get it worked out. I watched a video on somebody doing these, and the way they did it was they lined it up here and they sewed just a little bit, but they had larger pieces. And then they matched the notches and took their hands and kind of like put this part together. But see, it's too little to do it like that. The way I learned to do it was you you go ahead the same and you match up. But what you do is you hold this piece, and as you're sewing under the needle, you go ahead and maneuver it around. And when you get finished, this end is right here at this corner. Now, what it is if you, when you're at your sewing machine, you're supposed to be able to completely get your knees under it. So your knees are supposed to be all the way under your machine and everything, so that you're doing it. And like this is sitting up at my chest. So that's too high, really. Your elbows are supposed to be at your side, which means I should be sewing at this angle. And I've never had a table where my machine was down in a table. Tonight is trying to do a number on me. Now my hands are trying to hurt again to keep me from sewing. I have a problem with that a lot of times when I do jewelry. That's one of the reasons I stopped making jewelry as much. Hey, that's all we can do. The only time I ever sewed at a proper sewing table was when I was in home economics a million years ago. If y'all decide y'all need to go, um, well, yeah, my purple chair is kind of like a gaming chair, but it for some reason I don't like it here because, like I said, when I raise it up for one thing, it won't stay up. But then I end up using it more over at my desk where my computer and stuff is, and I don't sit in it as much anyway. But I was gonna say, if y'all decide y'all are ready to go before I do, just holler at me. Is it just you two still, or are there still other people? Uh, Dips, I don't even know. I don't even know how many of them I cut because I've got to cut some. I've got to sew some together that are this way, and then I have to sew some together that are this way. So, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's still seven people. But I've got to, after I get them all sewn together, then I have to go and look up the different designs that you can get when you place them different ways to decide which way I want to place them. And then again, I may not sew all of them together this time. I might go look at the design and see how many I need. Dimps, I thought about cutting some scrunchies and some headbands out of the nice knit fabrics that I have, because see, I wear them myself all the time. And I started to cut some of those tonight to do, but I didn't. Uh, the finished block is supposed to be a 4-inch block. Let me double check that. But that's just, this is actually supposed to be a finished block, but I think it's going to end up being like maybe 4 of these together. Let me see. If I don't start screwing them up and have to trim them. Ooh, that one's crooked. See, I may end up letting that be the finished block, be the block, 8 of them for a block. And then I'll have, 8 of them that's the other way around. But then again, I'm not sure if I'm going to do it like that or if I'm going to do like this, which is probably what it'll probably end up being, like this in the center. And then I may have the circle one here. I don't even know yet. I'm going to end up looking at the different designs and then putting them together and see which layout it's going to look good to me. I do know I'm not planning for it to be like a huge quilt or anything. It might end up being either a lap size, or if it's enough, then it may end up being about the size of African print one that I did, but I have a feeling it's only going to be like 40 something inches, the whole quilt, which is right up my alley. Yeah. Ooh, girl, yes, you need to go to bed. Mhm. I don't think I'm gonna stay on much longer because, like, my hands have started cramping. So I guess they're trying to tell me I've done enough for the day. Mm. Yep. Mhm. And actually, sometimes what I do is if it's doing like this and I'm drinking something, especially wine, it helps because the cold glass sometimes helps when it's doing it. I'm drinking that slow tonight. Usually that'd be gone and I have another one. I do know if I decide I want to do this pattern again, it's gonna have to be the bigger square, the bigger, yeah, the bigger ones. Actually, a lot of times when it starts doing it, I'll go eat pickles. I go eat me a couple of pickles, and I do that because when I was booster of the band booster, we used to run the concession stand and at the football games and all, and the coach used to always come to the concession stand because we sold the big deal pickles. We would take them and wrap them in foil and we would sell those, and he would come and would get the big 5-gallon bucket that had the pickle juice in it, and he took it down to um where his guys was, because that's what he gave them for cramps. Whenever they were having cramps at the football games and stuff, he would give that to them. Yeah, sometimes when I would eat the pickles, it would, um, it would help. It just depended on how badly I was cramping. But it doesn't usually last for too long anyway, though. Just like it's kind of easing away now. Almost done with this set. Yeah, I used to when I if I start cramping too much, too frequently, I'll make sure I start eating bananas. The potassium is supposed to be good for cramps. I have got to get that gun running tomorrow. I still believe that after I started again, my problem was because the frame is tilted, and I probably needed the ones where they have them straight up because I could tell that I wasn't pressing in right. Which means I probably don't have it tight enough too in the frame, because their frames had those carpet tacks things, carpet strips on the tack strips. I already do. Sometimes that's what puts me to sleep. I possibly could do something that would possibly work. Um, and then I'll come up with another way too to tighten it in the frame. I'll eventually end up going by and getting I might check it out tomorrow, the wood for making me just a standing wood one. Well, they make them too, where they're the smaller ones, and they clip to your table like this with the C clamp. But then, like I said, they're wood, and they it's like they're sturdier. Because when I got this one, I wondered about that. I wondered if, I watched somebody using it, but then she was like with the company, and that video could have been super edited. It's PVC pipe. It's like a basically a large cross stitch frame or little quilting frame, and then it's just tilted. I think it to me it's more of a punch needle frame than actually using the gun because it doesn't seem like it's sturdy enough for using the gun. But it'd be perfect if I was using my punch needle because I'd be sitting here using, less strength. I got a triangle missing. It's probably in the scrap fabric, but I'll find it later because that means I only have three more of this set to do. And this is laying over here. Okay. I'm gonna work something out. I've got to get me one of those little cutter things that you can sit there and then just do this. And it'll clip them all apart. The back does stand straight up, but there's a second bar on the front, and that's how you clip it to the table. And you can't do it that way with the other one, unless I would try to like clip it while the table's too wide. It's because I could clip it on the back and still use it the other way, but I wouldn't be able to reach it properly. Yeah, the back is straighter, but it's also a smaller space. It's um not as tall. Good night, Marilyn. Thank you for stopping by. You know, Chris, that's the way I was wanting to do it anyway, was with the table folded down. But um the way it clips to the table, the ledge of the table would be in the way because the table, it's got that center part here, and then this part raises up, and the other part raises up. Well, this part that raises up when it's down, it will be in the way of clipping. Um, I may try and see if I can clip it from the sides, and that'll hold it down. Because that was the other way I had thought about trying it, was to clip it from the side rather than from the front. And see, and that might work to hold it down. This is going to turn out really pretty. And I think I am going to, just, it's not going to be a for use quilt. So I think I am going to use some of this gold in it. Where did I stick it? Yeah, I think I am going to end up using some of this gold with it. Because I might let that be this, I might sash it with like little tiny strips of the gold, possibly. After I decide which way I want the blocks to go, I may put little strips of the gold to kind of like identify the separate blocks. Yeah. I love the purple. See, that's my color. Ooh. I'll be right back. I gotta step in here and take a potty break. Chris, what are you working on? You said you were taking your phone to your craft room. So what are you working on? Yeah, I finally got all of those Santas transferred to my thumb drive for um my six needle, and I thought I had put Patrice's design on there too, the Key God first, but it's when I saved it, I guess I was just saving it into So What Pro. I didn't actually save it to my thumb drive, so I got to take it back and save it because I'm gonna put it on the back of that denim jacket that I have, and I'm gonna use that jacket I think to do the patches with her because I like the idea of putting patches on it. But I'm gonna put the Keep God First in the back with applique in the word God. I just have to decide what fabric. I was thinking about, since it's a kind of a black or grayish or whatever denim, I'm thinking about putting this inside the word God because it's got crosses on it and it's got amazing grace and all. So I may end up putting that inside the word God. I've been wanting to learn how to do patches. I just hadn't tried yet. I might end up getting that. So what is it? So art that you said is the digitizing software, and try using it. I had some that came with my Janome, my single needle. I think it was a digitizing. Um, yeah, her the Keep God First is the keeping first is just all like satin stitch, but God is um digitized so that it can either just be the outline with satin stitch, or you can do applique inside of it. But yeah, I have the Janome digitizing software that came with my machine 20 years ago. Um, and I digitized something in it like once 20 years ago. And I hadn't fooled with it since then. But after I've seen people digitize, and I'm like, I might try that. But I kind of feel the same way about doing it as I feel about doing rhinestone templates. I'd rather buy somebody else's. It takes patience to like sit there at the computer and do it. And I love working on the computer and stuff, but I always work on the computer. And so once I can get away from the computer, it's not my favorite thing to go back to. That's one of the reasons I'm slow about doing embroideries, because a lot of what I'm wanting to do requires using my computer. I thought So What Pro had a border too, because I knew something did, and I pulled up my machine to see if it was on my machine that I had seen it, and it's got kind of some borders in it, but I don't know. It seems like it takes more work than I thought it would. Yeah, it's got a Santa loaded on it now. That I experimented with putting a frame around it. I had to stop for a little while so my hands would stop hurting, but they're fine now. Um, I've completely done one set. Now I've got the other set to do. On So What Pro. But yeah, I was getting the Sew Art to digitize, just to learn to digitize, period. I thought about getting the 30-day trial of Hatch, but you know, if I don't have the time within those 30 days to do anything, I know I'm not paying $1,000 for digitizing software. Okay. That's simple enough. Um, one of my granddaughters would love that because she likes Dungeons and Dragons. So I could do her some patches to go on her. She's got like a little sleeveless denim jacket, so I could do her some patches to go on it. I'm gonna try that tomorrow because I need to go ahead and put the Keep God First on my thumb drive. So I may go ahead and check that out. Pull up a design and make a patch out of it. Okay. Okay. I thought about stopping and waiting until tomorrow to finish these, but I might need to go ahead and do them now. Oh, I've been on. Oh, I must not to get off. I've been on here almost 5 hours. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Yeah, I have your number. Well, I think, yeah, I do. I do. Okay. I just sewed that whole one together, and apparently there's no bobbin thread, which means that apparently on that other one, I completely finished and used up the last of the bobbin thread because it did sew it all the way. Oh yeah, this bobbin. Hmm. I don't know what I did because I didn't think the bobbin should have been gone already. Okay, now it's unthreaded. Okay, thanks. Uh, I've got to go ahead and do, like I said, a couple of denim ones. I've got the fabric where I cut the legs off of a couple pair of jeans, and I'm gonna use it to do the um the backpack. One I'm gonna put a monogram on for my daughter. They got the blue one, but then I'm not sure what. I know I'm planning to embroider on the other one too, but I don't know yet what I want to put on it. Okay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off since I've been on for 5 hours. I may catch up with you tomorrow and get you to show me how to do those patches and stuff in Sew Up Pro if I get on there and I can't figure it out. It's showing that it's still two other people here with us. That would be nice on that one. It would. You have variegated thread. If you've got like some bright colored variegated thread, that would look cute. Ah, okay. Um, I have that. I said before this time next year, I want to go ahead and make sure I get the glow in the dark thread too. I'm putting the um the bling skeleton bones on a hoodie for my daughter. But I think next year I may want to do her one where I embroider the um the bones or something on it. Or if I don't embroider that, if I find the design where the skull is caffeinated, then I might do that. Mm. Do you have to maybe shine a black light on it to activate it? I got some variegated up here in my cottons too that I might start using to like quilt do um pieces for quilts and stuff. I don't want to use it on my long arm because when the spools are small, if I by any chance happen to like maybe free motion on this machine, I would possibly use those. Mm, I don't know then. Because in the little ad where they're selling it, oh, it's showing nice and bright and glowing. What's rich word? Mm, okay. Trying to reach this little design wall I got hanging up here. Mhm. Now I can't come up with a pattern until I get the others done. Mm. And it was the polyester, the embroidered thread. That's good. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and um get off. Um, I might go ahead and finish this after I get off and everything, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off and um pick some more of my room back up. Um, so I can not have to come back to work in the room and clean it before I can do anything. Because I still got pieces of yarn all in the floor from experiment with the rug gun. I'm still pleased with it because, like I said, yeah, I still gotta do that. Um, get the tool and get my cutter going, and but I still think now that the issue is more of me and how I'm holding the gun and stuff like that. So I'm gonna work that out, and then I know I'll be getting a rug done before long. So, but thank y'all for coming, hanging out with me. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long, Chris. Uh, we may end up getting together tomorrow because, like I said, I do want to try that on Sew What Pro and see if I can make it work and if I could have been doing patches all this time and just didn't realize it because I thought I had looked at it once, but I wasn't sure. So I didn't even try doing it. But I'm going to go ahead and try tomorrow. And then, like I said, I need to go ahead and embroider on the back of that jacket. And then I've got a blanket that I've been needing to embroider for somebody for the longest. I'm going to go ahead and get it done tomorrow. But I will talk to you guys later. I need to go ahead and hold this up, I guess, and get me a good little thumbnail for them so that it won't look so funny. So I'm going to go ahead and pause for just a few minutes so I can do like Dimp says to get me a decent thumbnail. So Bye. Come on.